Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all so much for coming to join me for a little bit more Ace Attorney Justice for All. And once again, I apologize that streams have been so inconsistent lately. I have been just way off my game. Literally and figuratively. Not only in terms of not streaming, but just, it all comes back to a broken sleep schedule. And I really regret that, because this has been singly the most unproductive month I've had in probably the last couple of years as far as streaming goes, and it's been incredibly frustrating. But I'm finally starting to get things back under control. I'm hoping that my trip to America in a couple of days will help. I will be going back to Connecticut and then Massachusetts to Boston to visit my extended family for Thanksgiving. So just a heads up that I will be out of town starting... What's today? Tuesday? Starting... Effectively, probably starting Thursday. I leave late Wednesday night, but I'm going to try to stream on Wednesday if I can, if there's time. Yeah, thanks, Inder. It's... The older I get, it seems, the harder it is to fix my sleep schedule once it gets thrown off. Hello, Wynard. Welcome. Yeah, Decoy, what even is sleep, right? But thank you, Inder. I appreciate it. I only really get 2 opportunities a year, typically, to visit my family there. And Thanksgiving is one of those, so I really want to make the most of it if I possibly can. Oh, Citizen Strife, thank you for the raid. Hello. Again. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. How are you guys doing? Glad to hear it, Citizen Strife. I wish I could say I were doing a little bit better, but just being off my sleep schedule, not that I really have one to begin with, but being on a bad one has really caused every area of my life to suffer. So hopefully once I manage to get that back on track, things will start to improve. I'll tell you what, I can relate to you on the bad internet, Citizen Strife. Internet in Germany is generally pretty horrible. So I'm right there with you. We get crappy internet service because our government doesn't prioritize improving it, because it's all just boomers running this damn country. So, anyway. Well, Decoy, hopefully at some point soon I will have a little bit of extra income with which to commission some additional emotes. I've been wanting to for a while, but between saving up for PAX East and trying to get a little bit ahead on living expenses and bills and all of that stuff, I just haven't been able to afford it. So probably we'll have to see what happens after PAX. Oh yeah, Decoy, right. Yeah, I've been following that whole fiasco. That's not at all unexpected, frankly. Alex, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Wynerd. I really appreciate that. And I guess we should probably just get this moving, because there aren't too many people here yet, but I realize that I'm starting a little bit earlier than I normally do. And I suspect that most of my American audience is probably still at work at this point on a weekday, so unfortunately I'm just going to have to get the show on the road, I think. So, oh, Sugar Crow, thank you so much for stopping in. How are you doing? Good to see you as well. And Stufftastic, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Long time no Ocean. Welcome, everybody just dropping in. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, Stovetastic. I hope you have a great day at work. Thank you for coming to say hi before you leave. I really appreciate that. Sugar Crow, how are you holding up? Please tell me you've gotten a decent amount of rest. I think it was this one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sugar Crow. I'm glad you at least managed 6 hours. 6 hours is definitely a lot better than less. Hey, Neffy, good to see you. How you doing? Sugar Crow, I wish I could say I've been able to sleep consistently. But you know how it is. The sleep schedule is just a perpetual work in progress at this point. I don't even... Sometimes I just question why I even bother anymore. Piranha Guppy, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And congrats on 2 years. It's hard to believe it's been that long. The time certainly does fly. Oh, congrats! Yeah, 39 out of 40 on your hematology test is definitely a win, Sugar Crow. That's awesome. Decoy, I feel like there are few comparisons you could make there that are more fitting than likening the Stadia to the CDI. Oh, it's going to be on that level. I mean, it already is on that level. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Neffy, but hopefully the move will be a positive thing. It's difficult to transition. It's difficult to go from what you're used to what you're not. But I really hope that it ends up being a positive move and that you guys are happier and more comfortable where you are. I mean, where you're going. Well, Sugar Crow, that's true. But a little bit of incentive doesn't hurt. I mean, too much can be unhealthy, but a little bit's not bad. And even if you don't get exactly that score next time, don't beat yourself up, you know? You'll have at least made your best effort. Yeah, Decoy, I saw that tweet. It was a writer for the Washington Post, I think, who tweeted that. And it was hilarious, but not the least bit surprising. I mean, anybody who understands how internet connections work, you know, how servers and latency and all of that basic stuff works, could very easily have told you the same thing, you know? This is not something that we had any difficulty predicting. Oh, yeah, it totally does, Decoy. Did you see how Google released a statement recently that effectively just blamed developers for the poor performance of the Stadia? That just pinned it on developers for not developing their games well enough? Google Stadia gives developers the freedom to develop their games for an ideal environment with the fastest connection. Yeah, just pass the buck to developers. Is basically what their statement said. Yeah, thanks to all the developers that were dumb enough, I mean generous enough, to take a chance on this platform that was obviously not going to work as advertised. Thanks to all of them for being our scapegoats. I don't know, maybe it's just the cynic in me, but I feel like that whole Stadia thing was about as transparent as a glass window. Like, I can't believe anyone actually even bought into it. Yeah, Weinert, it's almost like Google itself is a train wreck of corporate greed and lies. No, Decoy, why would you need to remind me about Fallout 76? Anyway. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Matt on guard as our client. We caught him in a Pokeball and everything. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So what now? What should we do now? Well, the trial's tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. On Guard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. Oh, that's what you were driving at, Decoy. I see. I've already forgotten about it, Kritsource, actually. Since there were no psych locks, then that means we can trust Mr. On Guard to be innocent. I really feel much better knowing that. Yeah, I mean, I do too. I prefer not to be defending a guilty man. Ever since last night, I was so worried that I kept wondering, what if he is the real killer? What then? Hey, I have something I want to ask you, Pearls. Okay, what is it? Why are you so interested in how Maya and I get along? I mean, she and I don't have anything special Huh? What do you mean? But I thought you and Mystic Maya were... I've been mistaken all this time? No way! Oh, she really wasn't kidding. Pearls actually believes Maya and I are... hamburger buddies, if you know what I'm saying. Maybe I should have just left it alone. Mr. Nick, stop it! Don't hide your true feelings from me! Ow, she slapped me. Oh, well... Way to completely hand-wave that. Alright, well, I think maybe we should go start investigating the crime scene. Oh, hi again, old bag. What do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you! What is going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed, is that true? It's a bad rerun is what this is, another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why oh why that all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like fly... Yeah, that is kind of unfortunate. To be that fan whose favorite actors or actresses all just managed to die under mysterious circumstances. Pearl Decoy? She's 8. It's always been that way, ever since I was a little girl. The class hamster was fine until... Oh god, no! The other kids started calling me Queen Reaper. Why do I even... actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. Huh, don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking to me. Yeah, welcome to my world, Pearl. I wish the freaking dialogue didn't auto-advance. Ms. Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. What a nice lady. Yeah, Weinard, the first game was definitely better as far as its writing goes. The second game has had some really amateur writing and especially the previous case, the one we did before this, was extremely tedious, and I'm told that it's regarded as the worst case in the series. This is true, Decoy. Hamsters aren't very... Well, granted, I think it's more that the children who tend to own hamsters are not very good at keeping them alive. My dear hamster died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go badump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? I'd watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my wand. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be, and why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. When I was a young maiden, I was so beautiful, even the flowers, but this, flowers are just kill me. Pearls, are you thirsty? No, but I think Old Bag is. A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? Young'uns today. So I'm guessing Ms. Old Bag heard everything from Lotta. Maybe I did, Decoy. I'm tired. Leave me alone. Lack of sleep. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. Oh, I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready for what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Oh, I see. But... Yeah? But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. Okay, what did you see? The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child? When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? Oh! Oh, she's gonna play coy with us. Dear God, 4 locks. The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't? Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. If you want to hear more, then show your respect and bring this lady a present. Oh. A present, huh? Yeah, basically it's bribery, Alex. Well, I guess we'll have to look around a little bit more for something that we can give to her. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. Wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Alright. Oh! Oh, hi again! Just who I was hoping I didn't have to deal with. Hey, you're here! Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Cop fella. The thief showed his face. What? Arrest him, put him on trial, find him guilty, give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera! C-A-M-E-R-A. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yeah, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Oh, Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix. Go jump off a cliff. Circular, I don't know who told you that. Huh? Alright, so what's the problem? So you lost your camera? It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in a store and it's $1,600 brand new. Huh? But didn't you just say you bought it for $700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. It ended with me waving a gun in his face. I made this itty-bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Lana, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. Besides, I couldn't get anything from my big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Oh, hey, we found her camera! A very expensive item valued at $1,600. It was stolen around the time of the murder. That doesn't look like a camera so much as... I don't even want to talk about what it looks like. Oh, I see, Circular. Ah, Decoy, if you're talking a digital camera, like a still camera, $700 will get you a fairly decent one these days. Especially on Black Friday, I would suspect. Lotta, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. On Guard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever Lotta Hart goes, there's a story to be found, a big scoop to be had. Big scoop? I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. I'm gonna get tons of pictures of aliens and UFOs for the National Enquirer. Reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. It depends, Decoy. She's only an amateur photographer. And I mean, her big dream, her quote-unquote big aspiration, is to be a photographer for a tabloid, which is setting the bar pretty low, to be honest. So I feel like a $700 camera is perfect for that level of quote-unquote professional photography. Nitch, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to have you, Nitch. Congrats on 2 months. Yeah, I've already had plenty to eat, Nitch. I just, yesterday I got up really early because my sleep schedule is broken, and I spent most of the day making curry, which I just stuffed my face with about an hour ago before the stream, so I'm good to go. Hey, Mycomancer! Yeah, Decoy, it's almost like her gift is that she exists to move along the plot. Oh, don't worry about it, Nitch. You're never obligated to show up. I just appreciate when you do. Believe me, I understand how that goes. I would have liked to be more busy than I've been these past couple of weeks, but The sleep schedule issues have just completely sandbagged my productivity, which has been quite frustrating. Well, Eclecticaf, curry or poffins, depending on what game you're playing. Or berries. Although berries were used to make poffins in the games when where poffins were a thing. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here, so maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Alright, Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. Got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Oh, great. Of course she's not going to tell us for free. Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer, can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know. Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Aha! Yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. Glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your I Rule smile. Man, if I were a prosecutor, I'd sue that smile clean off your face. Oh, nice, Snitch. I'm glad you got to try it out. What did you think? Did you enjoy it? Circular, I get the feeling Phoenix is always screaming internally. If it's not people like Lotta being a pain, it's unreliable witnesses, or just Maya begging for hamburgers. Hello, Tamud! Alright, oh! We can go to their hotel rooms. Alright. What the hell? Corrida's hotel room. Corrida was the victim, by the way, in case anyone's lost track. What on earth is this room? Yeah, or that, Lysiana. Blatant perjury happening right in front of the judge, who sits there and does nothing. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Mr. Juan Corrida's room, Pearls. Mr. Corrida, the victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too. Oh, it's you! So, what's happened? The kidnapper, has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. On Guard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I like Gumshoe so much. He's such just a good... Gumshoe is like the only genuinely good, honest, hardworking person in the game besides Phoenix and Maya. Yeah, this is a special section of hell, Circular. Really, Decoy? He doesn't appear in any of the spin-off games? This is totally blind, Tamad. I've never played any of the Ace Attorney games before this year. I just finished Ace Attorney 1 a few months ago. That was my first time playing it, and this is my first time playing this one. Oh, okay, Decoy, gotcha. I just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm gonna help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that, even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right? See? See, this guy right here, Gumshoe is the real hero of the Ace Attorney games. Phoenix is just an NPC. This game is all about Gumshoe and what a good bro he is. Oh, Loki, go sit in the corner. Mojo, Jesus. I'll even tell you everything I know, but you've got to keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Ah, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel, pal. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you. I just hope Gumshoe doesn't offer to show Pearl his revolver again. Hey kid, do you like guns? Oh, okay, Decoy. Yeah, I mean, what you've just seen makes it pretty easy to understand why Gumshoe is a favorite character. Gumshoe is best bro. Yeah, I probably would too, Eclecticaf. Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. So she gives the map to Phoenix anyway. Alright, so what happened? Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. There's a knife in his chest. Alright, hang on a minute. That is a butter knife in his chest. And it's not in his chest, it's in his shoulder. First of all, that's a non-vital spot, and second of all, that knife is not stabbed anywhere deep enough to have been fatal. Really? The police took one look at this and said, case closed? Seriously? This is the second game, Timod. I don't remember which case it is, numerically. I've lost count. It's the one after the horrible circus case. Yeah, Nitch, I guess he was already at really low health when he took the 5 HP worth of damage from the butter knife. Well, yeah, Decoy, if the police in this series were competent, there would be no trials. Or the trials would be a lot less eventful anyway. Oh, great! Thanks, Citizen Strife. Thanks for dredging that up. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. So he was stabbed to death. They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife? Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. On Guard's prints, pal. That's bad. Real bad. Okay, reason for arrest. Why was Mr. On Guard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Carita, really put up a big fight. Whoa! Yeah, one look at the crime scene and you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight his button came off. Mr. On Guard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught on his hakama. But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who is it? That lady, Ms. Oldbag. Please, anyone but her. The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. Something around where the Vic was that's a little off? As in, that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Okay. We've got to deal with Oldbag again. Oh, I'm glad you guys are enjoying channel points. All right, well, slide. So that's a bed, right? Yeah, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft! Oh, great, Weinard. Awesome. Great use of those 300 channel points. Yeah, Mojo, they're easy to overlook. Hey, Sam, how you doing? Big beds must be a rarity for her. Man, this guy had a really creepy predilection for teddy bears. Looks like Mr. Corrida had dinner last night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the awards show last night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Maybe he was poisoned. Also, this creepy robot bear is really, really creepy. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it? Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still all right? No sign it's been drank. Oh, dear. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Corrida fought his assailant. Oh, great, Sam! Great! Nice to see the economy of channel points is booming. Yeah, I'm most suspicious of the robot teddy bear, Mojo. He's probably the real killer. What are these bits of glass from? Flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Nick? This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. The guitar is not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show. But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. Oh, thanks, Leishiana. I see your highlighted message. I see it loud and bright. That's true. Huh? The guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? Empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid. Okay, well that means that something would have spilled onto it. Maybe water from the vase. So the guitar case was already on the floor when the vase fell on it. Oh, Micromancer, great. That's wonderful. So now you just say highlighted message in German. Wonderful. Amazing. Man, I'm gonna have to increase the cost of channel points at this rate. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies. Yeah, Citizen Strife, that's a good point. I think channel points are really just meant so that the broadcaster can create custom rewards for them. The problem is, there's no way to create custom rewards that that I wouldn't have to give out manually. Like, I could set up channel point rewards that people could redeem to do stuff like, oh, make Franz dance like a monkey with cymbals. But then I would have to do that every time somebody redeemed that number of channel points. And I just feel like that kind of thing would be really disruptive. So I left it set to just use the automated things that were possible with channel points, because they don't really offer the ability to do anything else automated with them. Pretty much anything else you can do with channel points is just you set it up so that people can redeem a certain number of points, and then you have to manually provide them whatever the reward is. Yeah, Mojo, exactly. Sam, what is with you in those dancing games? Why do you... I shouldn't even ask that, because there are people who are just hell-bent on seeing me play a bunch of different games. Why should it be any different? Unfortunately, Sam, I can't be bought. At least not that easily. Eclecticaf, how long did you spend workshopping that? That's... I grant you that's clever. Oh no, Decoy, I actually have fairly decent rhythm. Probably not on the level of a professional musician, but I get by. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there any kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems, Growl. What? Why? Why? Why are they bringing him back? I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. No, I don't. I wonder if this is self-aware. I wonder if they knew that the last case was terrible. Yeah, Nitch, this is just a special area of hell. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Also, why does he have... Why does he have... He's got a rice cooker, which is what this thing here is. Just sitting on the floor, no less. He's got a tea maker. These are based on the Zojirushi brand of products, which exists in real life. He's got a coffee pot, it looks like. Oh yeah, we should check his laptop, and also... There's a bunch of random crap lying around there. Wasn't a very neat guest, was he? Yeah, Decoy, it truly was, wasn't it? Huh, it's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. I mean, I can relate to her on that, I do too. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please? Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops, for a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. Really? Maya doesn't know what a watch is? It's a suitcase. There's so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corrido? There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty? It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut. Oh! There's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam, too. Really? Just like a raw beet? Maybe red was his favorite color. Huh. You have one what, Neffy? One of the Zojirushi water heaters for tea? Hey Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, quite specific niche. Is there anything else? It doesn't look like there is. I think we've gotten everything. Nothing new here. Yeah, but Alex, you've got to at least steam them a little bit first. You gotta get a little bit of heat into them. I mean, steamed beets are fine on their own, but you gotta at least cook them. Or if you're gonna have them raw, you have to pickle them. You know, with some vinegar or something, you know, some onions. Throw a little bit of dill in with them, but, you know, not just... You don't just pick a beet up and eat it like an apple. Oh, you were kidding. Oh. Now you tell me. Oh, nice, Decoy. That's definitely a good way to get yourself some energy. I'm glad to hear that, Ken. I hope all is well. Ken, are you in America? Are you preparing to celebrate Thanksgiving? Well, Decoy, you can, but they're not very pleasant to eat that way. Okay, Citizen Strife, have a good lurk. Thank you so much for stopping in. Lysiana, how is he going to cook a beet in a hotel room with no kitchen? And why would he even want to? Like, this is a hotel with catering and room service. And he's a star. Well, Nitch, I mean, boiling a beet in a coffee pot is less what I would call a power move, and more what I would just call clinical insanity. Hey, Cuddlefish, good to see you! Ah, very good, Ken. Arizona. Okay, I've actually been there once. To Phoenix, in fact. I asked Ken only because, if you were going to celebrate Thanksgiving, I just wanted to wish you a very happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, Lysiana, I figured as much. Decoy, there are some things that were not meant to be deep fried. Alright. Yeah, I think we've gotten everything. Alright, I guess we'll... Oh, we can go to On Guard's hotel room as well. I guess we should do that. Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt On Guard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? You're Mr. On Guard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he's your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Engarde's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash, to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. All right. She may be of small stature, but appearances can be deceived. I wonder if this is the kidnapper. Yeah, who are you and what's your relation to Engarde? About you, and stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Engarde and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, all right? No, Pearl, thank you, but you're 8 years old. I'll pass. I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Engarde's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Corrida, have one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. What? Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong! I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya! Girls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Oh, this is what's happening? This is how we're building a relationship between Phoenix and Pearl? Well, Nitch, first of all, she's very standoffish, which lends her a certain air of suspicion. And second of all, she knows a little bit too much about who we are and why we're here. Ugh. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that's correct. Then I will tell you. Before the awards ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Engarde. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. Why does nobody clean up after themselves in this universe? I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. Hedgehog Games, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. It did, Lyciana. And it appeared to be a mask. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Engarde. After that, I went to visit Mr. Corrida. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? You really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. Yeah, that's what worries me. I'm beginning to wonder if she's the one who's trying to frame Engarde. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, but they would have cleaned it up in real life. Like, in a realistic situation. They would have cleaned up after dinner long before the crime scene became a crime scene. Like, this was the night before that they had dinner in this room. Well, it's also covering her left eye niche, which is a convention in anime that often means the character is evil or a villain. Looks like dishes left over from dinner. A dinner for two at that. Sure, they're Mr. On Guard and Ms. Andrews plates. Looks like they had T-bone steaks. What's with Global Studios and T-bone steak? Oh, just like in the previous case in the first game with Will Powers, who also had a T-bone steak that was drugged. There's some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa here. I think that jacket-looking thing is called a hoppy. Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. I love how now even Phoenix is considering stealing from a crime scene. It's probably Mr. On Guard's suitcase. For someone who is only going to be here for the award show, this is a lot of stuff. Looks like he has about 3 days worth of clothes in here. Stars really are different from us, aren't they? Well, some of them would like to think they are. I enjoyed the first one better than I've enjoyed this one, Cuttlefish, to be honest. The first one had a better writing team. This one, the writing feels a lot more rushed and has a lot less care in it, and is a lot more amateur. That's the bedroom over there. That's a bed? Wow, they have really big beds here. Okay, I guess that's everything. Okay, well, I guess that's all we can do here. Ah, progress. Oh, hey! Speak of the devil, it's the man himself. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Well, that sucks. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed toward kids. It's the sequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time there are 3 samurai brothers. Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course the Nickel Samurai. It's a Love Y in Neo Old Tokyo. Oh, okay. I see. Wait. A love what? A love Y. This girl Sayo works at a tea shop and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over... Really? Did we need an explanation for that? Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet ×3. Yeah, strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office lady. Yeah, when is it not? When is it not big with 20 and 30-something women who love their TV dramas? I swear, I don't think I've met a single... I totally lost my train of thought there. Yes, Pearl. What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo, does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? See, this is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. Oh, there we go. I can't believe she's really considering it. Kids Masterpiece Theater sounds like a show on PBS, I think. What's it called? Masterpiece Mystery, I believe? I don't know. I don't watch TV. I just play video games. Yeah, Decoy, it probably... I mean, I feel like a lot of the writing in the second game in particular, but really in the entire series, because of the liberties they took with the localization, just plays a lot better in Japanese than in English. So what's the Jammin' Ninjas TV show like? It started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared toward kids. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? Oh, okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing! With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. With a modern instrument. A ninja with a bright red guitar? And then the final fight in front of his beloved Princess Misola. Jammin' versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Oh, that's too bad for him. Yeah, but this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yeah, I bet it is. I don't know if that's intentional, Incredible Meh. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know! Jammin', the Jammin' Ninja, will he be able to sing? What about Princess Misola? Oh, Pearl is gonna be one of those soccer moms that just watch TV dramas all the time. No, Pearl, please. You had such a bright, promising future. Don't let it end like this. Every Sunday at 8 a.m. This guy. Which shows should I watch? I can't believe she's really considering it. Well, Pearl, you could just, watch them on the internet and have one each in separate tabs, like we do in 2019. At least in this universe, they seem to be circular, yeah. Oh, God, Mojo. Yeah, Nitch, let me just say that I hate TV dramas. I hate drama in general of any kind. But I have a special hatred for those kinds of sappy TV dramas that middle-aged women seem to love. They just make me want to throw myself in front of a bus. I just can't. Oh, thank you, Nitch. I'm glad it's not just me. Yeah, Gary, I don't really bother with TV. I haven't for years, because there's just nothing on that interests me. So much of it is just lowest common denominator, lowbrow schlock, and the rest of it is locked behind paywalls, when you can get most of that kind of stuff on the internet for free, and you get user-generated content on the internet, usually for free, which is just more interesting anyway, I think. These days, if I feel like sitting down to watch something, it's almost always going to be either a stream, often a stream that a friend or colleague of mine is doing, but sometimes I'll go looking for new people as well to add to my following list. You know, people to raid and whatnot. Or just a video somewhere. Although, YouTube is getting to be a worse and worse place to watch videos because, with their increasingly worse and worse policies and their ridiculous censorship and algorithms and how badly they treat content creators, and just how terrible the platform is now, there are fewer and fewer people there who are making interesting, good content. the place is just turning into an alternative syndicated TV network, basically. Because all they're doing is driving out smaller creators and protecting all their big top earners who are basically only doing that lowbrow, generic, you know, Screamlord kind of content anyway. Ugh. Alright, well... Powers, do you know... Oh, what... I didn't mean to show him that. That's the button for profiles. Have you seen Maya? I'm sure he won't hurt her, and he'll let her go soon. Yeah. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. You will save her. Thanks. His face is a bit intimidating, so he's got hard luck in showbiz. Do you know anything about, either the victim or... He debuted around the same time as Matt in everything, you know. Really? Started out small. First it was singing contests, then swimming competitions. Then it was bowling tournaments, and then it was who could throw the best New Year's parties. Juan was always trying to one-up Matt, but lately those two were escalating to more and more dangerous things. I thought that no good would come of it all, so I began to worry. Too bad Juan's story ended so soon. Yeah, it's too bad he went and got himself killed like a damn chump. Matt's younger than me, but you can practically see his star potential. His star potential? I got his autograph the other day. Feels kinda wrong now, doesn't it? I don't care what people say. Matt didn't kill Juan. I know he didn't. I never would have thought I'd see her here of all places. The last time we saw each other was during that really bad incident, you know. I mean, when I look back now, I think of the good things, so it's not so bad, I guess. Yeah, I would love to go back in time and relive a few of those good things. What? That's not funny. Yeah, I guess not. Also, do you know this creepy lady? Oh. Hey, that's Ms. Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. Wait a minute, she's 23. Powers is 24. Yeah, this 40-year-old looking man is totally 24. That's how Japanese art direction works. And this woman looks more like she's in her 30s. We've discussed it, Dandy Wizard, but after all this new nonsense on YouTube with Kappa, I'm actually starting to seriously think about starting an SFW Pornhub account and just making videos there from now on when I want to do a restaurant review or a Let's Play or something. Huh, so Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. The type who would crush him under her heel. Okay. What do you know about Ms. Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? If you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy he looks like a lion that just found his next meal. Okay, well... Speak up, then. The gossip on Adrian. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah? I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip, too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Ms. Oldbag would read. Wow. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous? To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Ms. A.A. You see now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be a dumb main character now, Mr. Wright. Juan Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. Which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA... Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd. That woman, Ms. Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client? Oh, it's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Unplanned pregnancy. Mr. Powers looks so happy! Pearls is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's... Dear God! Yeah, but we don't objectify women in Japan! An article from the tabloid Gossip Land. Damn. Alright, I think it's time for us to leave. Oh, you know what? I bet this is the scoop that Lotta was investigating. Matter of fact, we should go back and grill her about this. But I think you have to present this? Take that! Yeah, okay. Yeah, probably Rockethead. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous, a superstar in an ultra-hot, mega-secret love scandal? Reliable sources say that Juan Corrida has been getting in close with the mysterious, yet beautiful manager to the stars, Ms. A.A. I hate these kinds of tabloids almost as much as I hate drama TV shows. Welcome back, Maximilian. No, Rockethead, typically in these games you only get just enough to provide you with the evidence you need. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? For my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Oh, please, we all know you eat grits. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corrida and this person. Oh, profiles. Adrian Andrews. This woman, she's Adrian Andrews, Mad on Guard's manager. Ugh. The Nickel Samurai's manager, caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin' Ninja. Would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah, you gotta have that, what's it, news sauce? You mean news... Really? Did they just make an internet joke? New sauce? That's it. So show me something that shows that Juan had something with Miss Andrews. Oh, you mean something like this? Take that! This is an article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous, eh? To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Ms. A.A. Ah! Mr. Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. On Guard's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corrida's door last night. Ah! Got him. Yeah, Lotta? How do you like them grits? Alright, please bear with me for a moment, everybody. I need to go open my window because I'm actually getting a little bit hot. Unfortunately, my neighbor's not using his grill today. So I can actually get some fresh air. All right. So what's this big scoop? You were looking into Mr. Corrida and Miss Andra's affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching them in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing, getting photos. Oh, I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. And spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Yeah, well, you'd make a great tabloid writer in that case. Wow, a lot of nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know. But, and? The paper I wrote it on, my note to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself? It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell ya. What's with people now, anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone done steals something from me. You really want that note back, huh? Got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Lotta's camera updated in the court record. Okay. What respect, Rockethead? What do you mean, respect? For Lotta? No. Yeah, but not willingly, Rockethead. We had to pry her help out of her. She did not help us willingly. Well, I guess that's all we're going to get out of Lotta. Oh, we still need to give something to Old Bag. she might want, though. I feel like I'm missing something. No, this is all the same stuff. Yeah, that's what I thought too, so I was nice enough to go lend a helping hand. Secretly, of course. I have a feeling one of these days I'm gonna end up defending her in court. No, the hell I am. She can hang. Global Studios staff. Okay. Nothing new. I have to have missed something. But it doesn't look like there is anything. What the hell? I feel like there's something I need to be giving Old Bag. I can't... That looks like a camera on the corner of the table. I guess it's not Lotta's. Well, you'd think that, Decoy, but actually, from what I've been hearing, it's getting more common in Japan now for younger people to not go out of their way to show respect for older people. Granted, being Japan, most of the way that manifests itself is, no, I will not give up my seat on the train for you. She didn't say what she wanted, Dandy Wizard. She just said she wanted something. Basically, she demanded a bribe. And didn't give us any particular idea of what kind of bribe she wanted. But I don't have anything that I think would even remotely... Maybe, Rocket Head. Honestly, I get the impression the younger generation in Japan isn't really all that much more progressive than the older generation. Because Japan is so slow to change, their traditional attitudes are very deeply entrenched. About on guard's room. Let me just check one more time. Yeah, I don't see anything I haven't already examined. Alright, I guess I'll just have to... go check in with Old Bag and... Doesn't have anything to say. I tell you my measurement. No, how about you don't? That's okay. She really doesn't like you, does she, Mr. Nick? I know. Nope. And I have to sit through this every blasted time. Nothing. Do we maybe have to go to the detention center? Ah, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I see, but I've already told you everything I know, dude. Dude, like I told you, I don't know anything about that press conference. I leave that kind of stuff to my manager. It's harder than pulling bass from a river. I have a feeling that was a very different expression in the original version of the game. I know I like to throw money around, but it's not like I buy anything and everything. That's nice, because it's not up for sale anyway. What do you think about this article? Huh. You're talking about her thing with Juan? I always thought she was a bit careless in the way she handled it. And that's it? That's it. Okay, well... Why are you carrying around that transceiver? I wanted to ask you about it. Why do you do everything it tells you to do? You know, the messages it sends you, dude. Second thought, he probably doesn't have anything to do with Maya's kidnapping. That's a secret. Okay, whatever, dude. Alright, I guess this wasn't where we needed to be. In other words, we have to go to the hotel. Alright, what about Gumshoe? Whoops. Oh, so you saw that article too. Yeah, but I'm not really interested in that sort of thing. Actually, we've been looking into that too, pal. Those secret meetings, I mean. What is this world coming to when even the cops are amateur gossip collectors? Hey, why are you looking at me like that, pal? Whatever you're thinking, you're wrong. Look, when we find out more from our investigation, I'll let you know, okay? What can you tell me about this guitar case? Oh, that. This is just what I heard, pal, but that's the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. The guitar case? No, not that. What do you take me as? I mean the guitar inside, of course. But the guitar is missing. Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring their most famous item to an awards show. Starting to sound like that red guitar is related to this case after all. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this wine glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're gonna be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? Huh, I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. This is what I mean about the writing in this game being really amateurish compared to the previous one where they actually had a competent writing team. Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce. Later, pal. Ow! Oh, great. At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What do you mean? It'd be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow. Hey, don't you dare run away, Scruffy McTrenchcoat. Ah! I didn't think detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Ow! Detective, come over here for a second. Ow! 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 Poor Gumshoe. Huh. I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. Oh yeah, cry some more. This time victory is mine. Victory is yours? Is that all this means to you? What? Huh. Come, Scruffy, the investigation briefing is about to begin. Yeah, Decoy, they clearly didn't give this a full QA pass. Hello, Simone, welcome. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet, I swear on my family's honor. Oh, your family's honor. Oh, that's rich. Tell me another one. The Von Karma family having any honor? Please. Ow, what did she throw at me now? What's this? Oh, I guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, okay? If you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Yeah, no kidding. What did she give me? Oh, it ended up on the table somehow. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Oh, I bet this is what Old Bag wants. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Corrida's name written on it, so it says yeah, okay. She was a huge fan of Juan Corrida, so I bet she wants his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. It's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says to my dearest Wendy in normal What? Really? This sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. For a slightly different set of reasons, Pearl, I agree. Hold on. Wendy?
Oh, I've heard that name somewhere before. Gee, I wonder who we know who's named Wendy.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess they did that just so that we would know who we were supposed to give this to. Alright. Back to the lobby. Alright, old bag. The jig's up. Really? Okay. Alright, I guess I have to present the Magatama. Wendy Gumshoe, right. What you witnessed. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please, tell us what you saw. But oh, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you young'uns' expense. I am a little devil after all. No, actually, you're a big devil. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. A 10,000 yen gift card to 50 plus fitness at the local gym. I guess it'd actually be 80 plus fitness in her case. That's Juan's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Oh! Okay. Really? 3 for 1? And here I was worried about having to find 2 other pieces, well, 3 other pieces of evidence besides the... Wow. Yeah, Decoy, if only younger girls were this easy to please. She must really want this autograph. My offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart, all for my dearest Juan. Oh, okay. They played us like a damn guitar. Autograph given to Wendy Dear. Oh, Alright. I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. Oh, okay, Decoy. That's an interesting point. You're kidding. Oh, no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business. And? Did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or 2 out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate? I knew it! She wants the gift certificate to 50 plus fitness hour at that gym. I've been recruited again for that part at the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. Mr. Ungard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in, I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. Yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad and I say he did it. Yeah, just like that worked out the last time in the previous game. Yeah, literally just take her out for burgers, Dandy Wizard. What did Mr. Ungard ever do to her to deserve this? What did Mr. Ungard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick, what is it? What's a scandal? Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do vials and wild temptress mean? How about we just listen to what Ms. Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pearls? We can have this conversation when you're older. In other words, I'm going to defer it and dodge my responsibility as a parent and take it on faith that your school will teach you about this, while your school takes it on faith that I will teach you about this. And so you'll get to the age of 18 and not know what a penis is. And everyone will be guilty of failing you. So, Miss Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose. His own manager? But why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. Do you have proof that Mr. On Guard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Ugh, of course, a tabloid. Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Ms. Oldbag have information like that, and where did she get it? Oh great, thank you, Citizen Strife. I'm really glad. I'm really glad somebody decided that was a memorable moment. Hee hee hee. Well, alright, great, fine. Oh, we can go to Criminal Affairs at the precinct. Okay, I guess that's where we're supposed to go then. Citizen Strife, it's not limited to gamer parents, it's parents in general. Parents full stop. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah, oh, he's back! Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and the testimony are airtight. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. Yeah, that's awfully funny, Phoenix, because in Japan, when everything looks hopeless and all is lost, their go-to solution is literally roll over and die. Just jump in front of a train or off a ferry and kill yourself. That'll make it all better. Airtight evidence, huh? So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? The evidence was a Tupperware container. I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two? And both of them are in this photo. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. Huh, that's the button you found during your body search of On Guard. Yep, I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai's special pants. For fuck's sake, just say Hakama. One of the things I despise about the way the localization was handled in this series, especially this game, it wasn't even quite as bad in the first game, but they treat Westerners like complete idiots when it comes to anything about non-Western culture. Special pants. That's what I wear when women hire me to perform at bachelorette parties. I wear my special pants with the special built-in stuff. And the second one is? The knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. No, Eclecticaf, it takes place in Japan, and its location was retconned in the Western localization to take place in America. Someone please link that comic. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're mad on guards. Now, wait a minute. There was a butter knife stabbed into the victim's chest. And Adrian Andrews had had dinner with the defendant the night before. And she apparently also had access to the victim because she was having an affair with him. I bet she got that knife with Matt Ungard's fingerprints from having dinner with him, and then went into Korida's room and stabbed it into his already dead body after poisoning him with the tomato juice. Or something. Thank you, Decoy. Actually, Decoy, this is what I think it is, right? Yes, it is. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Okay, what about the airtight testimony? You don't mean old bag, do you? Because that's far from what I would call airtight. Airheaded, maybe. So what about this airtight testimony? Yeah, it is old bag. I thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well, and I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Ms. Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Ungard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way! Well, that's great. We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. A scandal with Mr. Korida? But why? Well, Dandy Wizard, typically anything Asian tends to end up in a Chinatown in America. So if you're looking for Japanese restaurants, they'll often be in the Chinatown as well. If you're looking for Korean or other places like that, typically you'll find them there too. Just because they have a tendency to all end up in the same place. Although there are some cities, I know of at least a couple of cities, Dandy Wizard, in America that specifically have a Koreatown or a Japantown. They do exist. But unless the population of that particular nationality is big enough in that area to support having basically their own district, typically they just tend to end up all together in one area. Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. What? Suicide? Her name was Celeste Inpax. And she was Juan Korida's manager? Oh, okay. The victim's manager. But that's not all, pal. Ms. Inpax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who was both Korida's manager and Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? You want to know more about her, pal? Yes, I believe I do. Dandy Wizard, I believe Los Angeles does have a Japantown. Yeah, Maximilian, you just, all you really need is enough people from that country to create a demand for restaurants and services and whatnot that cater to that demographic, and a district will spring up around it. Yeah, exactly, Maximilian. Yeah, Rockethead, or the unnamed, unofficial, de facto ethnic or national districts. Like the North End in Boston comes to mind, Rockethead. The North End is the Italian section. It's not called Little Italy, but it's, well, it's been known as the Italian section there for decades. It's more diverse now, but historically it was always the Italian section. And like, South Boston was the Irish section and whatnot. They don't necessarily have names that directly pin them down as being an area where that nationality hangs out, but there are just de facto areas where, you know, different people of different nationalities gather. Yeah, Little Tokyo, that's the one, all salt. Hello, Uncle, welcome! I don't know that I would go that far, Dandy Wizard. When I hear Neo Tokyo, it sounds to me like it should be an entire cityscape and not just a couple of blocks. Yeah, Rockethead, they don't always get named accordingly. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. Ah! I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Ms. Von Karma! You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... You do, Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You're no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait, please wait, sir. I don't get this month's paycheck. Quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Huh? Who? That voice. Yeah, of course. Edgeworth! It's been a long time, right? Yes, it sure has. Our hero returns. Fallout Cameramas, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Have a good night as well. Thank you so much, Fallout. This person? This is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I gonna do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Franziska. You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You've soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed, to be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Franziska. How are things going? I hear you're having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. Finally, somebody has the stones to call Franziska out, instead of just walking around her on eggshells and acting like a shrinking violet in her presence. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. Yeah, for me. Huh. Still the same wild mare she always was. Yeah, no kidding. A lot of things may have happened, however, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of Avant Karma. Yeah, not anymore, it ain't. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you'd lost your perfect win record? I think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It had been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Jesus, Phoenix! So now Phoenix decides to roast not Von Karma, but Edgeworth. Hey, Vasa Malone, how you doing? I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What's your reason? I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Oh, I was supposed to read that one first. Whoops. Mr. Nick, I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What's that supposed to mean? Since when does Phoenix hate Edgeworth? They used to be BFFs in elementary school. When the hell did that change off camera? Seriously, Rockethead. Oh, very good. Chicken pie sounds great right about now, Vosser. Yeah, he would, Dandy Wizard. I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. Oh, Edgeworth is going all heroic on us. The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. So what is going on inside his head? Well, with Franziska, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy. Or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there's still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn. Me? Huh. Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Oh, alright. Fine. I'm still a little bit uncertain about that, Piranha Guppy. They made a point of making it sound like Edgeworth was actually dead for quite a while. But then they walked it back real hard, and they were like, oh no, it was just a figurative death. It was only Prosecutor Edgeworth that died, not Edgeworth himself. Oh, ho, 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 ho. This is Japan, we can't rock the boat. But yeah, Circular, I guess the Miles Edgeworth games take place during the year when Edgeworth was gone from the mainline series. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Because that would explain Edgeworth's change in attitude. That would explain all of the character development he seems to have undergone off camera. Well, that's what I mean, Piranha Guppy. It's hard for me to tell whether Phoenix knew. Alright, well, Edgeworth. I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little more thought into what you show me, Phoenix, right? Still as stuck up as ever. Okay, actually, I'm fairly sure... fairly sure we need to ask about Celeste Impacts, because maybe Edgeworth would know more. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Impacts died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes, but there is still one riddle we've yet to... There is still one riddle we've yet to solved! Man, this game's writing. Hey, Mel! A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. Suicide note that just vanished, huh? Huh. Ah. Ms. Impax's death was most certainly a suicide. Of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. A suicide note? But how do you know Ms. Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence. However, we did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Oh, well, I guess we know how she committed suicide. He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? A very Japanese way of committing suicide, too, I might add. As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1? Found by Juan Corrida. Was her suicide note hidden? Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, I can't. Do I have to... I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like this one. That has 2. 2 parts? What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here's the second part. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name is Adrian Andrews? Oh, this is getting really dark. Was this supposed to be a group suicide? Ms. Andrews? What did she do? She tried to kill herself? She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews? She has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. Secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the... Oh, okay, she's codependent. Is Andrews dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Okay. Do you have anything... Oh, I bet I have to... Okay. Wait, what? Oh, dependent nature, okay. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempted suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impacts. And? And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she... Because her mentor was super dead. Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste Impax, was gone forever. That's why. Why would that... Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Oh, this is the unhealthy, obsessive codependency. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. Boy, this got real fast. Yeah, if she keeps hanging out with Phoenix, she is, Incredible Meh. And that's the nature of her dependency on others? When Celeste Impax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then that means her super confident attitude, it's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Attempted suicide report. Reason, shock from Celeste Impax's suicide. Okay. I guess that's all we can do then. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? The Hero of Heroes Awards ceremony? The grand prize got away from the Jammin' Ninja again? Shouldn't you be reading something more important? Plus, the grand prize is going to be getting away from him permanently now. Poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Aw, it's kinda cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal's name? That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's this precinct's mascot, you know. Oh, wow. I'll get him a signed mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do. I hope you succeed in your mission, sir. Pearl, you are way too innocent. What about this guy over here? Last time we were here, he was looking at nudes or something. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Hang in there. You'll be okay, buddy. You're not injured that badly. A hangnail isn't... Hey, Gumshoe! 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 Oh, God. Really? We're doing a Metal Gear Solid reference here? He must be doing image training for when a fellow officer is injured. Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's doing. I'm sure that's what's going on over in that corner of the precinct. We're leaving. I think we might need to go back and check the hotel rooms. Yeah, nothing. Actually, what about Old Bag? Nothing. Lotta? Nothing. Ah, progress. Oh, Ms. Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Ms. von Karma? What are you doing here? Ah, well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so... You've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Ms. von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls, you're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. What's that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understand? Alright. What are those two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Ah, so Francisco was working her over. Yeah, Mel, embellishment for the sake of dramatic effect. You know how these games are. All right. Oh, that's it? Nothing new? All right, we must have to present a profile then. Maybe Juan Corrida. Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. Neffy, if it's a choice only between those two, I would go with pumpkin chai, only because, mint reminds me of toothpaste. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, maybe no one would have needed to die. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corrida was killed. Okay. Aha! Motive for murder. Do you have any ideas? As to why Mr. Corrida was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Ah, this again. Ms. Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a psych lock, Mr. Nick? Yes, there's getting to be more and more of these lately. Well, that's great. Nope. Nobody is here. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing? Really? Is it maybe something at the law offices then? No? Oh, do we just have to go solve that, that psych lock now, then? We might actually have enough evidence. Let me see. What do we have that would... Honestly, we've actually got plenty. We've got both suicide reports, the magazine clipping, Celeste Impax's profile, and maybe a couple of other profiles that we could inquire about as well. We might actually have what we need. I guess we should go try that then, because... yeah, alright, let's see. Take that! Let's see what we've got. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Huh, why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Engarde's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person. Somehow I highly doubt that. Because, for what it's worth, you and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. Huh, as to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. Why? Why would we have to stay on her good side? In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see, however, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Corrida? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake? Okay, well, this is going to be a profile. And I suspect it's going to be Celeste Impacts. Okay, Alex, have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hang in there. Take that! Celeste Impacts, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Ms. Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Corrida's manager. So I believe you got close to Mr. Corrida so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. No, that would be Lotta Hart. Ms. Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. And we have a suicide report to prove it. I hope this is the right suicide report to present here, because we've got two. I guess it was. Ms. Impacts' suicide note was never found, was it? Eh? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corrida. Juan? And, Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Corrida. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. Yeah, the hell you are. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Ms. Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop! When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Ms. Impacts' note. I think Franziska left, Rockethead. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with a reason to want Mr. Corrida dead. Me? Ms. Impax was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? That's what unlocked the last lock? Alright. It's true, I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. Being physically small is irrelevant. Look at Pat. He's tiny, but he's got one of the loudest presences of anyone I know. And people love him. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews, this one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. Oh god, that hurts me inside, Incredible Matt. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Corrida. Celeste, without her I became scared. Everything seemed like everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, they pinch back. And if they purposefully add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so... I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, if people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We keep it a secret. We don't want you trying to kill yourself again. Hey, Breakfast! How are you doing, Breakfast? It's good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Ms. Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking through it first, which, frankly, I try to do. I try not to say anything without at least thinking through it before I say it, because you can't take things back on stream. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Ms. Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Ms. Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What? What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something, clearly? Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. On Guard in your capable hands. Gee, thanks. Well... Ah, nice breakfast. I appreciate your coming to join us for your break. I hope you have an opportunity to relax a little bit and at least get some food and, take a load off. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she all right? Oh, Pearl, she looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a while. You're really tired, right? Oh no, I'm okay, really. I'm fine, really I am. You don't look fine to me. Okay, I guess we're going back to the office. Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's gonna have anything new. And Lotta's gone. I wish I knew Rockethead, but I have a feeling even if I did, it wouldn't help my understanding of the circumstances. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Ms. Andrews has a motive. You mean Ms. Impax's suicide note? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Huh? Ah! Mr. Nick, the transceiver! Hello? Wright and Company Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya! Where's Maya? As I promised, I've not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Phew. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Beep. Maya, damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't... Oh, we're gonna resort to magic bullshittery again to bring Mia back to conveniently hand us a MacGuffin for winning the case again. Because that appears to be Mia's entire purpose now that she's dead. Sis, what does she... What do you mean, what does she mean by that? Oh, God, this just hand-waving of everything we've learned from previous cases just sticks in my throat the wrong way. Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry. Ah! Oh, look! Pearl transformed into Mia again. I have a message from Maya, so come, ask me anything you want about her. Alright, yeah. Yeah, okay, fine. How's Maya? She's safe for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. Yeah, that was very clever. Yeah, Eclecticaf, Japan is super into that kind of thing. The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and she was drugged there. Drugged how? Did somebody just walk up and blow sleeping powder in her face? How would someone have drugged her through a phone call? And? She didn't see the face of her attacker. Ugh! Maya is locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? We're back in this mysterious place again. Probably the hotel's wine cellar. Ugh, I'm starving. I could really go for some apple... Really? Apple pie and not a burger? I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Oh, we're playing Maya in a flashback. All right, well, what's this? Huh? Someone dropped a card here. Kind of looks like a business card, but there's no name. Oh, it's the kidnapper's calling card. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Drat, it's locked. Huh, but this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then, click, they magically open the door. Wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it, this shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. That might be my ticket out of here. Had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried. In before caught. Oh, to be continued. Okay. Incredible Matt, the only thing I can think is that the killer, or the kidnapper, just walked up to Maya and offered her a drugged hamburger. Which, sadly, is probably the most feasible possibility. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way! That woman couldn't do anything like that! In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Oh, hi again. Mia. We must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him! This is right. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait, beep. The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Breakfast, at this point, I'm tempted to just let the kidnapper keep Maya. Maybe that way Phoenix won't have to spend so much more money on burgers. If this were a Yakuza game, Simone, it would absolutely be a severed finger. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Wow, geez, the call out from the client. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. There's just no one's there. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Ms. Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Ms. Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Oh, that's the gift. That's the gift. The holy hell, the kidnapper just killed Franziska. Okay. Well, what? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. Well, was. But now this means Edgeworth is going to be trying the case. Because there's no one else left. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Ms. Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. You! I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Oh, alright. Yeah, I figured. Miss von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Oh, that's funny! Just like her father. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Engarde. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right, I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Huh? Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Well, yeah, Dandy Wizard, but the point is she got shot in the same place. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct, for now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, but he's been threatened with this before and nothing came of it. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Jeez, poor Gumshoe, man. No sympathy. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. In before it's Edgeworth is now just helping us find the truth, rather than going for a guilty verdict for its own sake. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Hedgehog, I'm pretty sure Franziska just pulled strings to get him dismissed. Or that's what's implied, anyway. At the end of the first game, when we were investigating the chief of police, the chief also threatened to fire Gumshoe. But that never ended up happening. Because we caught him first and sent him to jail. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Awards ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the awards ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. There was that too, Hedgehog, but he was explicitly threatened by Chief Gant to be fired for investigating the chief, because he helped Phoenix get into the chief's office, remember? And he was going to get canned for that, but we caught him first. Happened after the awards ceremony. He was found dead in his hotel room. We believe he was definitely murdered. Okay, why do you believe he was murdered? Whoops. The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Bandana. His bandana, sir. Oh, the judge said banana. Whoops. The only thing that's the thing that's wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Oh, and we get an autopsy report. Okay. Okay, tell me about the guitar case. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. Oh, look at that. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? Your Honor, you should know better. You've been a judge for how long? We thought of that too, but... What? The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. Boy, so far, the most crackpot explanation for this murder has been proffered by the judge. Okay. Found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well, then where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. I wonder about that, though, because why would he leave the guitar behind? I wonder if he was trying to smuggle something else in the guitar case. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings us to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth is back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest on guard? Matt on guard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Engarde's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Wait, how do you know that? We're gonna have to press him on that. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. That in itself is suspicious. Gatewater is engraved. Okay. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Ripped from his costume is covered in Corrida's blood. Okay. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? Ha! I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. All right, well... First of all... You bought the knife for the crime, or he did. What? There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Ah, well, this is no good. The prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder. We're done for. Phoenix, yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. A button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with Engarde's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix? Alright. Yeah, I'm really suspicious of this knife.
Objection!
Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Because it says Gatewater on it. It was the hotel's knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that's very true. This is a very big... Heh. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. Oh, ouch, poor Gumshoe. But I didn't... Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? Well, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? From Engarde's room, where Adrian ate dinner with him beforehand and was seen going to Corrida's room afterward. So she brought this knife, which Engarde probably used for dinner, from his room and stabbed Corrida's body with it. It pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Engarde. Ah, yes, and there is a knife missing from one of the plates, especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Engarde's knife was missing. Mr. Engarde had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. With that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Except that you haven't, because it could just as easily have been Adrian who brought the knife to frame Engarde. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. No, actually, Edgeworth did. Because we can get him on this. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do Do you have something important and necessary to present this court? Yes, actually, I believe we do. Because there is an inconsistency on the scene of the crime, which we've already discovered. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance and only one. What the judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. Oh! Oh, this is just insta-death if I get it wrong. It's a good thing I saved one and only one piece of evidence. It is, I am quite confident, the wine glass. Take that! This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. All of the prosecutors in this game are smug, Dandy Wizard. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. Huh, that does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright? Could Miss Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking? No, of course not. There's no way. That's all way too convenient. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing, in before it's her fingerprints on it. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints. There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims or the defendants. They were of one Adrian Andrews. Yes, okay, so that only proves that she was in the room around the time of the murder. That makes her a prime suspect in my eyes. Well, yeah, Rockethead, because Edgeworth is back. What? Okay. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. Huh. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenarios. It explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness. Yes, bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Oh, right, her. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Heh. Gotcha. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, Edgy boy, it's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet it was the Wicked Witch of the Witness. The Wicked Witch of the Witness stand. That's the only good piece of writing in this game so far. I like it. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Ms. Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oof! Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. Wow, even getting whipped by a witness. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Ahem. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are so hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on a security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Ms. Oldbag? It's a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me, I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man who looks 3 times his age, Juan Corrida. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Oh, God. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, mad on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Oh, boy. What were you interested in finding out? Just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? Oh, it's probably that... Yeah, okay. But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Okay, You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Yesy. What do you mean, yesy? Who says yesy? Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Yeah, clothes appear to be a key point in this trial, so let's ask about them. Please tell the court about the clothes, this person's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. But if that's the case, there's no way the button could have ended up in his Hakama because he wasn't wearing it. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Humph! Men! Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? Yes, it was very important. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Witness, please. Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without a reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. Now, if he were wearing that racing jacket, how would this have ended up in his Hakama? Objection! Ms. Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Oh, jeez. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. I don't know, man. I've seen people who wanted crazier things. This button was discovered on Mr. Engarde's body during a full-body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was that rascal Engarde. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? And Engarde is the Nickel Samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Engarde, was wearing his usual racing jacket? And not his Hakama? Oh. I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe you'd think it, but instead I have to put up with this ridiculous... I've got a tape recorder stuck on my chest. I wish we'd switch to CDs, but... I hate this. Why do I even bother? Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Engarde the man, but Mr. Engarde the Nickel Samurai? When you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Ms. Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about here. Well, Neffy, characters in this game have a tendency to do that fairly frequently, and it causes me to miss a lot of dialogue, which pisses me off. Not that it's important dialogue, but, you know, I'd like to at least be able to read it, because if they're going to force you to miss it, then what's the point of having it? Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Right, who I saw. For the time being, Drax, yes. Engarde, yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, young'uns today, I told you there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. Yeah, just like it was in the last trial where you were a witness, where it wasn't the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Curling Hedgehog? I'm almost tempted to just go back and watch the VOD later for it, but frankly, the amount of effort it would take to search through the VOD for that timestamp isn't worth the irrelevant dialogue that I would be looking for. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. All right, I don't think he was the one who stabbed Juan. So we're going to present the knife again. Objection! Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife, big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at, and whose car are we driving? If Mr. Engarde was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Because the costume has kote, which are gauntlets. Oh, that's right, the Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. Why would he do that? Yeah, why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. The murder did still take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I've heard that before. I know, Piranha Guppy, it just irritates me to miss flavor dialogue, you know? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? Yes, there is a contradiction. His theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engarde was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Oh, right! I think we need a profile here. I'm pretty sure the only one who would have gone to the victim's room would be Adrian Andrews. Naturally, you point to the one piece with the least value, but with such vigor. Enjoy your youth while you can. Humans don't live forever. Neither do lawyers. You sure like to think you can bluff your way out of things, don't you? Phoenix, pay attention. Let's pretend for a second that Mr. Engarde is the murderer. Now, from that angle, if he didn't have murderous intent from the very beginning, then that means there is a certain object that shouldn't be at the crime scene, right? A certain thing. Oh yeah, the knife. Busy collecting your thoughts. Let's give this one more try and with even more spirit. It's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. I think it might be the knife. Hey, Magnus! How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. Glad to hear you're off work and can relax now. This knife, this was used by Mr. Engard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant had no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprint shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Hey, Dr. Deathbed, welcome! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? Well, for God's sake, Your Honor, come on. Obviously to frame Engard. It's to frame my client, Mr. Engard, of course. To frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume, and if that were true, there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Yeah. Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Engard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure. Huh? She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright, who were you waiting for, then? Huh, that's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness? Ha ha ha! The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe, Phoenix, maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think it's me is hinting at, it's certainly possible. Oh yeah, we're gonna be all cagey because Japanese game. Ano hito wa honmono no tanin dayo. You were waiting for this person to come to the victim's room, weren't you? Probably Adrian Andrews. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engard's manager. Yeah, Deathbed, it tends to be interpreted as a hard and fast piece of conclusive proof. But that isn't always necessarily the case. Why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Huh. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation, in secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself, personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. I wonder that, Incredible Meh. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you young'uns. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. That on guard is one evil, evil man. Oh, going for the character assassination now, are we? He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip? And isn't there a saying? The truth is never pleasant. Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? Yeah, Deathbed, but this game takes ridiculous, like comically ridiculous liberties with real-life court procedure. We've looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will toward the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, on guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. What? That's not a saying. But okay, bring on the fire, I guess. Deathbed, I hope you're ready with the hose and the tanker. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Man, missed opportunity to make a Highway to Hell reference. All right, well... I saw something earlier. Yeah, nobody that... This... Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a piece of secret information? Oh, I know. I bet she stole Lotta's camera. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Ms. Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that! Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Ms. Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Aha, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil On Guard. She said so herself. On Guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? Yeah. I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. Yeah, bullshit. You've got her camera too, don't you? Really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Really? Pile on more pressure! If I let up on her now, she'll get away. Have to find some way of inflicting a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Ms. Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Wow, for Phoenix to say, you're lying, damn it, is probably the most assertive Phoenix has ever been. If only it were that easy, Rocket Head. Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera, too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're talking about? Looking for, okay, whatever. Ah, that's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you, I fall in love and borrow things from people. Boy, kleptomaniac Maya would get along with Oldbag pretty well. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she'd taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Charlie! Charlie, hello! Thank you so much for stopping in to say hi. It's great to see you, Charlie. How are you doing? Did you have a good stream? Were you able to get a little bit closer to the PB that you were going for? Deathbed, I told you, this game takes crazy liberties with court procedure. Hello, Insane Bob. Ooh, you had pizza for dinner. I'm jealous, Charlie. But I'm glad you're doing well. And I'm glad you had a nice dinner. Oh, the bull is still being a pain. Yeah, that's just an awful, awful boss for no damage runs. Hey, Kajit Scholar, good to see you. How are you doing, Kajit? Thank you for coming to join us. Yeah, Rockethead, this is just a really goofy universe. Oh, that's right, Charlie. Yeah, you two were gonna meet up for sushi. That'd be a fantastic opportunity to do it, too. This is definitely a good time of year to go relax in a nice restaurant and get a good meal with a friend. Oh, is that the same dog you were dog-sitting last time, Kajit? I think you mentioned taking care of this dog once before. I don't suppose, Kajit, you have a picture that you can share with us of this adorable dog. Well, Sugar Crow, I'm glad your day is made. I'm glad things are going a little bit better and you got a little bit of sleep and got a good grade on your test. Thank you, Kajit. I would love to see, if you don't mind sharing. We are all about some pictures of cute pets here, if anyone has pictures they'd like to share. Sugar Crow is usually the one who gives us our fix in that regard, but we appreciate any pictures of adorable pets. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have here? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. And oddly enough, this is playing out in exactly the same way the previous case with these particular characters played out. Because the costume is clearly too big for whomever is wearing it. Whomever is wearing it is tiny, and they made a huge point about Adrian Andrews being of tiny stature. So she's clearly the one in the costume. Oh, that's all right, Sugar Crow. I'm sure Okatsu and Neko will do something goofy soon and give you an opportunity to take more pictures. Khajiit, could I trouble you to grab a link from the one in the Discord and post it here in chat? For those who aren't part of the Discord. And also for me, because I don't want to... thank you. I don't want to take too much time digging through the library to find it. Aww! Oh, look at this adorable good boy. Or good girl, whichever. What a sweet, adorable dog. Indeed, Charlie, that sure is a pupper. That's a pupper you just want to snuggle. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Oh, no kidding, Incredible Matt. That would be awesome. I would really appreciate that. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engarde clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is... Except it can't be because the defendant is taller than this. Oh, Charlie, are you practicing now? I take it if you're here, you must have ended your stream. Are you going through and doing more runs and practicing the bullfight at the moment? How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? This court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. Gotcha, Charlie, gotcha. Yeah, the bull seems to be probably the biggest roadblock for you at the moment, huh? At least the biggest consistent roadblock. I mean, I don't do challenge runs of Sekiro, but I had to do quite a few attempts against the bull when I played Sekiro as well. It was a tricky fight to figure out, that's for sure. And that was, you know, just doing a normal playthrough, not trying to do a no damage run. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo, except that we can't. Yeah, press X to Jason, he does. This judge is really a bit of a wet blanket. A pushover and a pansy. And a doofus. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. That's not what debunk means. Debunk with a bunker buster. Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to... Alright, we're gonna save first, because we all know how this series is about click detection on photographs. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? This right here. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And? What does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. Oh, okay, Sugar Crow, you actually called her for a picture and she came to you. Oh my god, okay. Why would I assume she would put in the effort to get up and come to you? Just lifted up her head from the nap she was taking. And gave you the "why the hell are you bothering me" look. Charlie, click this link. You've got to see this. This is such a, like a teenage, "what do you want, Mom? I'm sleeping right now. Leave me alone, Mom." This is great. Thank you, Sugar Crow. Yeah, she just lifted up her head and looked at you and then probably went right back to sleep, huh? Yes, Mojo, it is. It's Sugar Crow's cat, one of her two cats. Both of whom are English short hairs? Is that right, Sugar Crow? I'm remembering that correctly, yeah? Yes, okay. Well, not to other cats, Dandy Wizard, but by human reckoning, that facial expression is, "Why you bothering me? Leave me alone. I'm sleeping over here. I haven't gotten my 22 hours in yet today." Oh, the short-haired Persians, Khajiit, that look like somebody forgot to dry clean them? Oh, there you go, Charlie. There's an offer. Hang out with Sugar Crow and meet her cats. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Yeah, there you go, Charlie. She's made the offer. I'd wager, Charlie, you two probably will find you have a lot in common. Your love for cats, not the least of it. Oh, that's so sweet. You two are so adorable. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. The Maine Coon kitten, Sugar Crow? Oh, really? You might be adopting that same kitten? Why is that? Are they moving somewhere where they can't have pets or something? I mean, it'd be really nice if you'd have the opportunity to take on another one. I'm sure it'd be a happier home. Oh, they have too many cats already. I'll tell you what, that'll be an interesting household, Sugar Crow. 2 British Shorthairs and a Maine Coon. All right, Incredible Meh. Let's see. What do we got? Oh my god. Really, Incredible Meh? Oh, this is too cute. Charlie, I'm going to give you a heads up again because I know you're playing Sekiro right now, but there's another link in chat you're going to want to click. Oh my god, Incredible Matt. Thank you for posting this. Anybody who was having a bad day before now is not having a bad day anymore. This is a Persian, yeah? Incredible Meh? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Nick. Yeah, some cats just have that personality. Kajit, I know, right? Sorry to hear that, K-Kun. Hopefully all of the adorable pictures of pets in chat will help brighten today up a little bit. Hello, Mimir! How are you doing? It's been a while. You alright, man? Oh, good, Charlie. Okay. Really, Sugar Crow? Nako's dad was colored like a Persian? Even though he was a purebred British Shorthair? I mean, I guess Nako does kind of have a little bit of that same coloration. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? It's Adrian Andrews. Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who's the person in this photograph? It's Adrian Andrews. Oh, okay, different, like, subcategories of that breed? I gotcha, Sugar Crow. Oh, geez, K-Kun, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope so, too. Adrian Andrews? You want to know who the Nickel Samurai is? It's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. On Guard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. On Guard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. On Guard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon? Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Yeah, Sugar Crow, but even some of the BS that cats do is funny sometimes. I still love the image of Neko just walking up and drinking out of your water glass. I don't know why I think it's so hilarious, but, you know, cats being cats, right? Oh, that sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy, Redial Nick. Order! 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 Looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kinda bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Ugh! Well, it's not like we have a choice. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Oh, matcha with milk! Okay, Sugar Crow, it was probably the milk that he was after. I doubt he cared much about the matcha, but I bet he smelled the milk in it. He was like, oh, num 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 num. This belongs to me. After he can't access the water anymore, that figures. Kajit, under normal circumstances, I feel the same way, but we can forgive Sugar Crow her transgression this one time. Oh, he already gets his own milk? And still he wants yours. Yeah, that figures. That's a cat for you. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. And what's not mine is mine. Oh, sorry to hear that, Mimir. That's always difficult. I hope you guys are able to get that resolved neatly and quickly. Now then, we shall set Ms. Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Now then. Please, Your Honor. Continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she's not... Huh? I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. Oh, good! Thank you, Edgeworth. Thank you for backing me up on this. But... We cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk. Unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. Oh, Edgeworth already planned on this, so he already issued a subpoena. What do you mean by that? That Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. Whoa, what? They do what they want, Sugar Crow, don't they? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Huh? Everything was planned out in advance by that man? By that man, by Edgeworth. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, it is awfully convenient, isn't it, that Phoenix just keeps falling for all of these plans. Yeah, Kajit, that's a cat for you. It doesn't matter who it belongs to. If a cat lays eyes on it, it belongs to the cat now. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, even when they're domesticated. I used to work with a lady, Kajit, who was a dog owner, and she owned a couple of hyperactive black labs. And one day she was cooking hot dogs, and for whatever reason, I don't know what possessed her to cook a hot dog in a frying pan, but she was cooking hot dogs in a frying pan. Like a hot frying pan, you know, on the stove. And she looked away for a minute to go get something out of the refrigerator, I guess some condiments, some relish or mustard or something. And in the time it took her to go open the refrigerator, one of her black labs jumped up, stuck its face into the burning hot frying pan, grabbed and ate the hot dogs out of the frying pan. Zero fucks given about the hot frying pan. Just, ooh, hot dogs, num 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 num. I don't know, Dandy Wizard. Different people have different ways they like to prepare particular kinds of food. I don't eat hot dogs at all. If I feel like something something beefy and phallic, I'll go grab a sausage from the grocery store and grill that on a proper grill with some nice caramelized onions, maybe some sauerkraut. Yeah, Mimir, if you like the flavor of a grilled hot dog or sausage or whatever, searing them in a pan if you don't have a grill is an acceptable alternative. Oh, I don't know, Charlie. I mean, every now and then, sometimes you just get the urge to go swallow a sausage, don't you? Doesn't everyone? Dude, I can't believe that, Adrian. No way, not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. Yes, you are, Charlie. Oh, Hedgehog. I would tell you to go sit in the corner, but I don't think I'm really in a position to do that at this point. Thank you, Sugar Crow. Thank you for the cover of cat pictures in chat. Now no one will remember that I made a penis joke. Oh my god, look at him. Oh, and look at that! He's even got a blanket with paw prints on it. How spoiled is he? Look at this spoiled boy. Yeah, he certainly looks comfy. Look at it, he's even got his feet up on a cushion to go along with his blanket. Oh my god. I'm glad I have so many pet owners in my community. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She is the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Really? He even went for potatoes, Sugar Crow? Unbelievable, the gall of that species. Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Inpax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Ms. Andrews depended on Ms. Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Ms. Impax suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of the murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. Ha! That's a good question, Dandy Wizard. Yeah, Sugar Crow, he does seem to have the level of greed of a dog when it comes to snacks. He tries to steal some from you, you just feed him when you oh. Well, but then he's already won, Sugar Crow. Holy cow, Mimir, that was a cat with very weird taste for a cat. Collard greens with vinegar. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Ms. Impax. It was Gumshoe, wasn't it? No, it was Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Yeah, in before Edgeworth set this all up and baited us. Oh, he won because he's cute, Sugar Crow. I get it. Hedgehog, my old dog used to like ice. I don't know why. But every now and then we would give it to him and he'd be like, nom 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 nom. I love ice. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, Sugar Crow, when you're a cute cat with gullible humans around, it is pretty easy to get what you want just by, you know, twitching your tail and snuggling up and purring a little bit. If only it were that easy for me. Yeah, gets what he wants or takes it without asking. Isn't that always the way? Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. Right, Sugar Crow. No humans looking? Perfect. Time to pry the fridge open and eat all the fish. And maybe knock the milk over and drink that too. Yeah, that one, Sugar Crow. I still love this. It's such a simple edit, but it suits him so well. Really, Sugar Crow? He even had the audacity to just burp in your face after stealing all your food and eating it? Oh, man. See, my dog didn't really have any table manners, except that he at the very least would wait for you to feed him. Like, it was obvious when he wanted something. But at the very least, he would sit there and be good and wait. Oh, Mimir, you and Sugar Crow apparently have, cats with the same habit, then. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt on guard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes? Sure, what is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently, No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Oh, sick burn on the judge. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. Actually, yes, Phoenix is. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Ms. Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo, which is not what we're looking at here, oddly enough. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who's easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Alright, okay. There was his body. Yeah, this is suitably vague. You were in shock. What, was I not supposed to be? Ms. Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. What's that supposed to mean, Edgeworth? I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. Yeah, thank you, Phoenix. I see. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene. Okay. Yeah, this. Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Ms. Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. What was she starting to say? No, we're going to press further. Ms. Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Ah, but that's nonsense. That is disprovable. Aw, Mimir, that's adorable. Knocked the vase over, did you? Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Or on top of your hands when you're trying to use the keyboard, Sugar Crow. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. While we're on the subject of tea, really, Decoy? And the cat would just stay there? That's a pretty lazy cat. Oh, really, Decoy? I don't suppose you have a picture that you could show us. I don't think I've ever even heard of that breed before. Mimir, you want to get your wife some good quality Earl Grey and or jasmine for Christmas, can I Yes, as a matter of fact, I can. And I can just tell you right away before I even post a link, Mimir. The Earl Grey that you want from them, there are two kinds. There is the Harney brand Earl Grey Supreme, which is the best Earl Grey that they sell. That's a really, really nice Earl Grey. That's, it uses higher grades of black tea, it's got some silver tips in it, and it has stronger bergamot flavoring, more bergamot oil. There's also another brand that they actually carry. It's I believe the Marcus Samuelson brand. And it comes in a tin. I think they only sell it in sachets. I believe it comes in like a tin of 20 sachets. It's called, the brand is Ambesa, and the variety is called Earl of Harlem. Let me just pull up links for you here, just a moment. Yeah, Sugar Crow, I like it a lot too. Oh, sorry to hear it, Decoy. Let's see. Holy cow. Oh my god. Decoy, is this actually your cat, or is this just a random picture of the breed that your cat was? Because holy cow, this is a fluffy looking cat. And a big one too. This, is this one of those semi-wild breeds, Decoy? Because the size of the paws on this cat suggests to me that this is a cat built for hunting in snowy climates. Like, this looks kind of more like a Maine Coon in terms of fluffiness and size. This doesn't look like a totally domesticated breed. Oh, that's just a rando Norwegian Grey. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's an enormous cat. Oh, no kidding, Decoy. They don't mind water. Huh. Yeah, Dandy Wizard, it does look like it hunts really, really large animals. Yeah, Neffy, it's very floofy. Fascinating. Yeah, I had no idea that breed even existed. Alright, let me see here, Mimir. Okay, Mimir, so... there's that one. And even for a pound of it, it's relatively inexpensive. A pound of this stuff is $28. But unfortunately, the Earl of Harlem you can only get in a tin. Oh, and it looks like Harney might be sold out of the Earl of Harlem stuff, but I bet you could get it elsewhere. I'll give you a link to their entry on it anyway, but... you might even be able to get it through... through another retailer. Oh, there you go. It looks like Alice in the Village has it. Oh, and it appears that Amazon might actually have it as well. Although it's considerably more expensive on Amazon. But there you go. That's what I would recommend. Oh, really, Sugar Crow? I didn't know that Mortefera was in the market for one of those breeds. No kidding, Decoy. Really a big, tough-looking cat like that? And they're one of the most personable breeds. That's fascinating. Yeah, go for it, Redial Nick. By all means, please. Redial Nick, you don't need permission to post pictures of your adorable pets. That's a universal permission that everybody in chat has. Really, Sugar Crow? Why do they find that funny? Yeah, Dandy Wizard, I was gonna say, it's better than just being stereotypical and cliche and having an apple on your desk. Oh, Redial Nick, she's adorable. Look at this adorable cat. Oh. Wow, Decoy. Yeah, they look really well adapted for hunting. Oh, he's got his own kettle in his classroom. Okay, Sugar Crow. Welcome back, Breakfast. Let's see. Yeah, the Viking cat. I guess so, Decoy. It definitely would look at home in a horned helmet with a shield. All right, let's see. Oh, that's a good point, Breakfast. Yeah, you wouldn't want cats messing around with a robotic mower. Oh, you've got birds too, Incredible Man. Let's see. I'm never gonna make any progress in the game now. Oh, a cockatiel. Okay. Yeah, he is pretty cute. Does this bird speak, Incredible Man? Maybe, Breakfast, for a little while. For a precious little while, we actually had a little bit of progress going. I figured as much, Matt. Breakfast, did you really get a new cat, or is this just a setup for another one of your jokes? Because I could see it going either way. Yeah, I can relate, King Zaffy. I can definitely relate. One of these days I'll have to dig up a picture of my dog that I can scan and post on the Discord or something. Because every time it comes up and it's relevant, I don't have a picture. Tender Rabbits, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. All right. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Okay. Oh, okay, Breakfast. Let's see. Oh, Breakfast, is this you?
Greetings, undead.
You and your, one of your current cats? Aw, that's adorable. What a nice picture. Interesting as well to finally see your face, Breakfast. That isn't how I'd pictured you. But thank you for sharing. It's an adorable picture. I'm never gonna... Sugar Crow, that's not what I meant. Don't you put words in my mouth like that. All right, let's see. What? Oh, Jason, you shush. You shush. None of that out of you. Oh, Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Redial Nick, and a tier 3 sub at that. And Drake Alon, thank you so much for the 8-month resub. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry I missed it. If only, Breakfast. If only gift subs could continue on as regular subs afterward. I might have succeeded in, ending up in a better bargaining position with Twitch, but that wasn't to be. Alright, let's see. So, I was the one who knocked the vase over while it fell into the... Okay, well, actually, I have a problem with that statement. Oh yeah, right, Breakfast, because YouTube is so great now. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is that correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. Yeah, Breakfast, at least I wasn't making kids content. Those content creators are screwed. It's not the chair decoy, it's the freaking microphone stand. It didn't used to squeak this badly. I need to, I do need to do something about it. I need to grease it or, you know... It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water, However, that's exactly what is so strange. Ms. Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase were scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? The guitar case was open when the vase fell. The glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Ugh! What's your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Ms. Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however... The guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, does it? Seems there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yes. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Ha! I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Ms. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. No, Dandy Wizard, this sounds like a rumor that probably started on Reddit or something. Did that actually happen? Like, actually? I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Occasionally it has, Breakfast, yes. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. No kidding, Dandy Wizard. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Is that so? As a matter of fact, I think I've got a lead here, which is that you must have opened the case after you knocked the vase over. I don't think you could possibly have done it in that order. Objection! There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Oh god, no. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ugh! What is it, Ms. Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Yeah? Then your fingers wouldn't be on the wine glass. Yes, that is strange. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? You have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time. No, actually... I have something that would prove two different things. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Got him. Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. Yeah, what do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was inside the guitar case was not the bright red guitar, as I thought. Hey, Majama, how you doing? It's good to see you. Real-world law guidance you can use. I'm gonna have to point you elsewhere for that, Majama, because this is nonsense anime magical bullshit law that's being practiced here. I mean, if you're cool with that, if you want something you'll never actually be able to use in a real court, by all means, pull up a chair and join us. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Objection! Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Yeah, this is obviously the prosecution's usual ad hominem attacks at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... Objection! Breakfast, we actually had something like that happen a couple of cases ago, where the killer was hiding inside a box of clothes. No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it was wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest... Wow. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? It was the costume. Yes. There we go. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what was in the picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be in doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Ms. Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Oh God, Charlie! Charlie, of course you wouldn't miss that opportunity. Oh, you got us, Charlie. You got us. This is, I think, the first time that I've ever suggested clipping something from stream. Not because of what happened on stream, but because of what happened in chat. I don't think I want to let Charlie live this down. Someone please clip this. Actually, I'm gonna have to highlight it, probably. Alright, let's see. Add stream marker. There we go. I will be back to this. Soul Bishop, you're... Oh, okay. Oh, all right, Redonic, let's see. Charlie, I don't know why you caught me off guard with that. I don't know what I was... I should know to expect this by now. Oh, Redial Nick, he's adorable. Oh, look at him just looking up at you. Or her, I think, Redial Nick, right? What's her name? Order. Oh, Catherine. Okay, that's a cute name. For an equally cute cat, Redial Nick. Jeez, chat, you really like these alliterations. Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Objection! Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Mad on Guard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True, that is a trifle baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It was a spare costume, of course. Mr. On Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Messing up emotes, Piranha Guppy? Oh, really, Redial Nick? I see. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But at the very least, you ended up with an adorable little kitty out of the deal. Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Korida, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. Objection! What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel... Oh yeah! Was probably so that he could frame him. Because he said he had something to confess. There was supposed to be the press conference where the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something, but Mad on Guard, who played the Nickel Samurai, didn't know anything about the press conference. So the press conference was a setup by Juan Korida. So it's got to be the press conference ticket. Take that! What is this? On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up By none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the nickel samurai. He was going to dress up as the nickel samurai and hold a conference? Why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something? And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the nickel samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard. Yes, I guess that's what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Ms. Andrews, I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Ms. Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. Oh, of course, Decoy. Of course. Yeah, something like that, Piranha Guppy. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure that Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what this secret of Mr. On Guard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off as quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. On Guard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light. I don't think this is the truth at all. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Protecting Matt, huh? From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does not make sense at all. This does account for everything. No, it doesn't! Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung the opposite end again. It just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. All right. Yeah, except we've already established that the evidence doesn't match up and has been falsified. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button. It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought, and during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence, except we've established a way in which it could very feasibly have been planted. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. Can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Oh, we are far from defeated. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Mr. Andrews, as for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt, except that it wasn't. And I believe we have... yeah, Juan's autopsy report. He was strangled with a scarf.
Objection!
This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim, so it didn't happen during the fight. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight and did not bleed out. That's right, Ms. Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body and deliberately placed in the defendant's hakama. No problem, Decoy. Go get some rest, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a good night and hang in there with all the drilling. I really hope those guys finish up soon and finally give you some peace. Okay, Breakfast, have a good one. Take care of yourself. What is the meaning of this rite? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? And Breakfast, thank you again for the tier 3 gift sub. And all of your support. I really appreciate it, man. Have a good one. Yeah, Piranha Guppy, unfortunately, it's still very limited right now how you can modify emotes with channel points. Oh, geez, Decoy, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Maybe invest in a pair of earmuffs or something. Hang in there. What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. Well, that's good at least, Decoy. A nice new bathroom will be a good thing. Oh, since the 70s. Yeah, it's time for a renovation then. As annoying as it is, it'll be a good thing in the end when it's all done. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? To have a memento of the crime. No, of course. It's to pin the crime on Matt. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. Was to pin the crime on Mr. Engarde. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Engarde was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not till the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engarde, is... Adrian Andrews. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Corrida's killer. What? Order, 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 Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Ms. Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engarde, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Duh! Then, what? What about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? It might have been, Dandy Wizard. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. Ugh. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Ms. Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Ms. Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Ms. Adrian Andrews. No, Ms. Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Yeah, because the costume had gloves. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Ms. Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Ah! And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Quite a few, it seems, Asylum Cat. She's apparently got a pocket dimension with extra pairs of glasses. Speaking of how tall people are, Ms. Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop! No. Well, how about it, Ms. Andrews? I've got her this time. Ms. Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes, you're absolutely correct, Ms. Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. However, if we have evidence to indict that witness on a separate charge for a separate case... What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room... Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we've just discussed, understood? Alright. Oh, Franziska probably told her. That's it. That's when Franziska planted the idea into her head. She must have told Ms. Andrews not to testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? Hehehe. What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor, but everything the good lawyer has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Ms. Andrews did, in fact, harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Ms. Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Ms. Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. Oh, she's taking that defiant attitude. We can get her on this, though. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you... If it's true that Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination, however, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that's very true, but actually, there's one little thing I am curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. Oh, the James Bond reference. Oh, God. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Hey, Monotone! I am okay, apart from being extremely frustrated at how unproductive this month has been due to my messed up sleep schedule. Okay, Charlie, no problem. I hope you got in some good practice. I really appreciate you stopping in to say hi. And I will catch up with you, Charlie, before we both leave for our respective destinations in the next couple of days. Thank you for coming to hang out with us. And I'll catch you a little bit later, Charlie. Rest well. Get some sleep. Oh, okay. You'll still be around. All right. Well, enjoy lying down then. And if you just happen to fall asleep, then good night to you in advance. Thank you, Charlie. Enjoy your relaxation, and eventually your rest when hopefully you get it. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. When I found the body. Okay, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I... Oh, Tempest! Tempest, my God! Thank you so much for the 8 gift subs. To Karaocho, Drax, Angle, Ouija, Mythical Monkey, Clockwork, Ralph Clogs, and Ray. Thank you so much for that, Tempest. I really appreciate that. How are you doing, Tempest? It's great to see you. And how have you been, Tempest? I haven't really gotten to catch up with pretty much any of my, my audience because I haven't been able to stream too much lately. You doing okay, Tempest? When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Yeah, sure. You didn't think the sight of a knife stuck in him was at all unusual. This testimony is nonsense. So you poured the glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Well, there's a lot in here that I can think of. The thought he was dead didn't cross your mind. Really? When you walked in and saw this, it didn't cross your mind that he was dead. You thought he had just fainted. Oh, nice, Tempest! I'm really glad to hear that working out is working well for you, and congrats on the 300 gift subs! I really, really appreciate that, Tempest. Thank you so much for all of the incredible support over the years. And more than anything, I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. Considerably better, even, it sounds like. Hello, Javiman, welcome!
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think that he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. A butter knife, no less. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? Ms. Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! We didn't get a big, over-dramatized breakdown scene from her. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible, you're wrong. Ms. Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it, he's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Ms. Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. All right, enjoy the electric chair. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Engard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Engard.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie! I don't believe you! What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Ms. Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Ms. Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes that in those words right now, or believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. Except that what's really happening here is Phoenix is... He's been baited. I see what's going on. Phoenix has been baited into prioritizing getting his verdict above all else. So he's cleanly walked into Edgeworth's trap here. That's the point Edgeworth is trying to prove to him. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. So Edgeworth helped set all of this up to prove a point to Phoenix. Help! Please, someone help me! Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, Piranha Guppy, I know. But it seems like the hostage situation was engineered purely to force Phoenix into a situation where his only priority was to get a verdict. On the other hand, we know that Matt on Guard is not guilty because we tested him with the Magatama. So it seems to me that maybe the true guilty party is not here after all. Force her to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that, but I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop! Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. Damn! Ice-cold Edgeworth over here. He is, Tara J. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. Okay. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Stab the body with the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. All right. You thought he had fainted, really? But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. Okay. We'd better just press everything here. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. Ah, this is what she hinted that she knew earlier. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Okay. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. Okay, and then she stabbed Juan. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now, what a horrible thing I did, but at the time I couldn't control my own body, it moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the buttons somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. Yeah, Incredible Matt, and I suspect that the real killer is whoever kidnapped Maya. Because we used the Magatama to determine that Matt clearly was not the killer. So it seems to me that whoever kidnapped Maya, whoever masterminded this whole thing, is the one that actually killed Juan. Hey, Linux Warrior, good to see you. Welcome. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engarde's Hakama? Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. Yeah, and that would be Lotta Hart. Wouldn't it? An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. Oh yeah, an old bag too. That's Miss Old Bag for you. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. Okay. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. Linux, the card appears to be a link to the real killer, because Maya found one in her confinement as well. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. In that shirt she does, a little bit, Artista, yeah. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button. Into Matt's hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it's not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Mrs. Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Well, today's trial, it's over, and I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I ask you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room. That day. Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. Suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. This is a calling card. Like killers in mystery novels leave. It's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Bullshit, it doesn't. I guess not, but it's still a No, Phoenix! As far as a clue to this case, I don't see why... Witness, that card! Give it to me! Hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This! I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to... What is this all about? Edgeworth recognizes it. I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it, and what does it mean? Oh, we're gonna get a 2B. Yep, I knew it. Oh, good luck, Linux Warrior! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Wah! Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Well, Linux Warrior, you've already studied for it, right? The best you can do now is review your notes during the time you have left and just do your best when you get in there, you know? Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, boy. Has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. We're kind of busy right now. Okay. So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. I mean, hell, I'll take Gumshoe on. He's probably the worthiest member of this entire law firm at this point. At least, that isn't dead. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay, by the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Of course it is. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. Because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here that meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What, are you gonna visit her, pal? No? Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Oh, great, right. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. No, Pearl. Pearl, please. No, that's... Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh god, no. Really? This place? Of course it's this place. Ninetales, hello! I have been really off, Ninetales. Just my sleep schedule's been messed up, and it's caused me to be incredibly unproductive, which makes me want to tear my hair out. But other than that, I'm alright. How about yourself, Ninetales? That name sends a chill down my spine, as well it should. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Sure, right. I'm sure she's gonna be just elated to see us. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Oh no, not you again. Are you here to visit a patient? Hi, wait a second. You're that creepo patient who dresses up in the director's coat. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Ho ho. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Ho ho. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director, Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. She's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes, This bastard right here. He's the one they ought to have sent to the chair. Yes, and that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. Which is that he's actually just a nutjob patient who dresses up as the director. She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all, And when I snuck up on her real secret like, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yeah, but I think I could get used to it. Ah! Never thought I'd be thanking you for that, Franziska. Go back to your room. You're so mean, So mean, my frisky Friska. But that's good to— Ah! Okay, it's time for my IV drops. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, right? I know I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I get shot constantly. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Yeah, so... Ms. von Karma. You made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, sure you don't. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Enguarde, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. You have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I'd been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime. That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Enguarde guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. Miss von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Enguarde will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over, so if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had an advantage in that argument. Edgeworth? Yeah, what happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far? Ah, but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Yeah, and what about that card? What about that card? You were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. The one on the wall in the upper right? Rocket Head, yeah, we've commented on that before. It's either a U-boat or an aircraft carrier, but it does appear to be some kind of military vessel. Witness, that card, give it to me, hurry! You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? Yes, I can't believe you hid this from me this whole time. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin? Okay. So who is Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. If there is such a thing. I guess even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? Yeah, we can trust Edgeworth. I should just tell him. Which is a first in a Japanese game, actually communicating with somebody about something important. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? You hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is gonna... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick, there's no way you can find her. We don't... Yes, we do, Phoenix! We know that the killer is the... There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. Well, that would explain why... That would explain why Matt himself didn't kill anybody. Because Shelly the Killer did the killing. That would be why we got a negative on the Magatama. I think we have no reason to distrust Edgeworth on this. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you'll need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we're looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. Oh, good, excellent. Thanks, Edgeworth. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Not even a thank you to Edgeworth. Now Phoenix looks like the asshole. No, Rockethead, because we would have had to ask him if he ordered the assassination. But what we asked him was if he himself was the killer. So, of course, the Magatama returned a negative. Now, by that logic, we could blow this case wide open right now if we were to go back to On Guard in detention and shove the Magatama in his face and ask if he ordered the assassination. Because that would result in some psych locks if it were actually the case. Hey, Bedinsis, welcome! Do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin? No way, I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess no, but... Maya, please, all I ask is you make it home. Heh, I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like... Yeah, except the killer is gonna be right outside the door. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Wow! Damn! Anyway, let's try out the card trick. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to take a look around. Oh, God. Yeah, ain't it the best, Jave Man? Actually, what else is around here? What's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. These, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. Oh, she must be blindfolded. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark. Oh, okay, it's dark. No, it's not! The lights... what? Wow. If I'll unlock the door with this card, I should probably go take a look around. Alright, fine. What is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Oh, it was Loki? Okay, that explains it. Satellite dish, huh? What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. What's an antenna doing here? Oh, it's probably for the transceiver. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Ah, I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Yeah, good going, Maya. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, it's for a pet, huh? Alright, and there's a teddy bear, so this must be Mad on Guard's house. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. Oh, look who it is! It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ah, yup. Look who it is. It seems that your Mr. Right is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean, dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Well, Maya's dead. Mr. Nick? Yeah, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Oh, I'm glad you could make it, Amateur. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Oh, alright. No problem, Sugar Crow. Get some rest. Thank you so much for stopping in today. And thank you for sharing all of the adorable pictures of your cats. Well, I enjoyed having you, Sugar Crow. It's always a pleasure. You go take care of yourself and get plenty of rest, alright? Oh, great, Bedinsis. Great. Amazing. Is doing laundry at this ungodly hour of the morning again, and the stench of whatever fabric softener he uses is just pouring in my window, which I had to go close. Hello, Caleb, welcome! Oh, really, Amateur? I really appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that, and flattered. Thank you so much for letting me know that. That means a lot. If it's worth anything anymore, Amateur, I'm gonna try to do a couple more episodes of Fine Dining over the course of my trip to Boston for Thanksgiving. Those will go up on YouTube. Or maybe I'll just upload them to Pornhub and cut out the middleman at this point, because why even bother with YouTube anymore? Well, Yami, that's why I think I might get away with uploading them to Pornhub, because I can always just classify them as food porn. And hello, Yami. Yeah, Mimir, they're one of the series that I enjoy making the most, because I get a good meal out of it, among other reasons, but... Alright, I guess we gotta go to the detention center. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aw, I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. Finally, we interact with the guard for the first time in the series. A message? It's from Matt on guard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? Oh, isn't that convenient? So, that was Matt's house where Maya's locked up. This is terrible, let's hurry, we have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Dandy Wizard, the problem is uploading anything to YouTube is a huge risk now. A huge risk with virtually no reward. Also, who the hell names a cat Shu? Hey Slice, welcome! How you doing? I mean, that's a fair point, amateur. Yes. Quite possibly someone who does not speak English. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. What? Alright now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Oh. Ms. Oldbag! Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. What I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted his heart. I wanted it all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of Oldbag. Oh. Ah, Miss Oldbag. Keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Huh, don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. But I feel like maybe we're not supposed to be here yet. Living room? Oh, is this Matt's house? On guard mansion living room. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Oh! Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Yeah, look, it's the cat door as well. I bet that room on the right is where Maya is. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu the kitty cat. Shu! Oh. Baby. Oh, God! Oh, look at him. So I guess this is Shu. Oh, geez, Caleb. Hang in there. Be safe, man. Wow, Caleb. It sounds like your friend has some issues with self-control. His loss. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Meow. Tee-hee. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh! May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's oh yeah, look who it is. The Masters, then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes, oh, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Yeah, the hell you are. Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of a foul deed such as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. Not appropriate to speak of himself and his affairs, okay. Would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got here. It's my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies... Wait a minute! On Guard asked me to come take care of the cat, so why is there somebody here taking care of the cat? And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this scrap of paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. So young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh. Now, I don't know about the rest of you. Maybe this is just me. Yeah, Asylum Cat, because he's wearing a mask. Maybe this is just me, but I don't think I would feel very comfortable sitting in a living room with a life-sized, probably real, motorcycle hanging directly over my head. That seems like the complete opposite of a comfortable setting to me. Well, I mean, there's that too, amateur. So what I'm curious about... There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shu. The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it and rescuing Maya. Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow! But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today? Huh? Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. The hearth he's talking about is an irori, which is an open hearth that's a kind of a classic element of Japanese farmhouses and other places in the countryside from ages past. You should come and visit Fey Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Fairly sure we've actually seen one. Alright, I guess it's time to leave. Yeah, or really any museum, Dandy Wizard. Amateur, but that's when the motorcyclist needs to just be taken out back and beaten with a piece of cordwood. You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Okay. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. His old bag, if you would look at... What, you want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo? Ugh, is that her perfume, pheromone d'amour I smell? Shudder. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? Huh, that man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? Letter of introduction given him his old bag. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around, you do bad, and you no get off hook. Franz no can read good. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Ah, what? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today. Why? Police's main investigation team is going to be there all day, you hear? Wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Oh no, not the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Whatever am I gonna do? Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because of the police presence, yeah. What are you doing here? Oh, Sam, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Very much appreciate the support. And yes, Sam, she makes me queasy as well. Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Reckon course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. Yeah, that's because the police are crawling all over the place. But do you have a camera? Rec given. Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Actually, I think we might. Would you please take a look at this? No. Steaming hand towel. Well, I guess she doesn't want her camera back. Good job, Lotta. Hold on. Well, Insane Bob, I believe it was in Fallout New Vegas. It was in the... I forget the title of it, but the DLC where you get abducted by aliens and go to outer space. I believe there was a spacesuit. No, actually, I think there was one there, and there was also one in Old World Blues. But yeah, I believe there was a spacesuit. Them's the breaks, amateur, right? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What, you're really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway on the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't there the entire time that night. Security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. There's that too, Yami. Mothership Zeta. Thank you, Technicolor Ninja. That's the one. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager lady onto Corridor? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull-dooders. Bull-dooders? Okay. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Huh. Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby, my $1,600 baby! What's with the red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kinda how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? No, a tabloid photographer with or without a camera is just a scumbag. Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find... Would you please just leave already? Wow. Yes, Shalashaska. That was her original accent in the Japanese localization. And it sounds like you're already aware of this, but that accent, the Kansai Ben dialect, tends to get localized in English as a really rednecky southern drawl. All right, well... Oh god, no, please. What is that otherworldly ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts, swear. I don't think it's a ghost, maybe it's a demon. What? What are you doing here? Excuse me? Watch who you're calling a demon, brat. Zoinks, it's the... Oh, we just get a Scooby-Doo reference here. Man, this writing team really phoned it in on this case, didn't they? Jinkies, who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, old bag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you young'uns today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. I don't want to know what all the groaning was about. Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time. talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Except that I don't think it is. I'm especially suspicious of that large bear in the back. You know, the one that's big enough for a person to hide in. And the fact that there was a bear on the couch at Engard's house where Maya was confined. Okay, Mimir, have a good one. Thank you so much for joining us. Take it easy. And happy Thanksgiving if I don't catch you before then. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick. Huh? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Ah, damn it. All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, heh, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Yeah, I'm sure the bear was like, yeah, dude, you sure can fight. I guess we better be BFFs now. I don't doubt it, Jason. I suspect it might even be the big bear. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What are you now, Wolverine? Bub? What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice, bears. I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of those presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. Ugh, that startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? Oh, that's going to be evidence, isn't it? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Uh-oh. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? Seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I've heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict this for sure this time, please. Suppose if I must, I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear... Phoenix! At no point before this in the series has he ever shown any kind of regard for Maya, other than obligation not to let her starve by feeding her hamburgers. This is just way out of character for him. Alright. Then a little... What's with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? Seems bad. Connect. Damn it, did the transceiver just suddenly break? You'll excuse me. Great. Hey, old Red Crow, how are you doing? It's great to see you. What happened? I don't know, all of a sudden it became nothing but static. Yeah, Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Okay. Well, Gumshoe might know something. Ah, indeed. Old Red Crow, how are you doing? You doing okay? Ah, very good. There's nothing quite like the sense of relief, Old Red Crow, of getting home from work, taking care of your immediate obligations, and having whatever is left of the evening to just relax. I know that feeling all too well. Hey, welcome back, pal. Thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal, out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. Gotta be kidding. And here I thought you'd already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. I wonder if maybe I should ask him about the transceiver. The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I was sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? Did that... yes, it did. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? I mean, not if it's an LCD screen. Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Who puts a dryer next to a TV? So that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's got to be something that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, like a listening device or something. Ah, hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Corrida's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe! Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! Well, there he goes. There he goes. We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, okay, there we go! Yeah, Slice, how else? More to the point, why would you want to? Oh, I bet you are Mortiferro to have those documents all filled out and sent. Good luck with the application. I really hope you get it. What are they going to do, Incredible Matt? Fire him again? So my guess is one of these bears had a bug planted in it. And you'd sure never be able to tell which one, because there are so blasted many of them. Not without a bug sweeper. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. You have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Ah, seeing this sure... Oh, wow. Gumshoe the hero. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? Works, trust me, pal, it'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity, so it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. Really, even though it has a knob on it, whose only purpose would be for setting the sensitivity. Oh, monotone, get out. You'd think it'd be the big bear, Asylum Cat. But the bear that we saw at Matt on Guard's residence as Maya was one of the small ones. Isn't it better that way? Ho 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 ho. Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, I might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? Getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Right, now first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, despite the fact that we just said you can't tune the sensitivity. So keep an eye on it, pal, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the X button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that are going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? I mean, this looks really suspicious. Ah, what a lovely bear. Ah! Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. A robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Well, amateur, chances are he just built it because he was an enthusiast about police or spy devices. Mr. Nick! Yes, how many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, There's the cell phone. No bugs. A cell phone? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception when I was staying in Kudarin Village. And Pearls has never lived outside the village, so... Well, I guess it can't say it's impossible to live without one. Lamp, check. Listening device, nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah, and they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on, sorry. What? Like it's my fault. Could the phone be bugged? That's usually where bugs are. The phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say, but let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No, and I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner! Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Freaking great. Okay, well, it's probably on the other side of the room, then. Well, there's the TV. Looks like the TV was left on, and now it's showing an old samurai movie. Plays international movies. Every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. That is the absolute worst. The weirdest, the absolute... Yeah, girl who is totally from a Japanese village in Japan. I want to study Japanese someday. That is why this localization is the stupidest. Just the absolute dumbest choice to retcon this as America in the English localization. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Yeah, because, you can actually make bread in rice cookers. It's kind of a weird way of doing it, but you can. It is a rice cooker, amateur. We discussed it earlier, and it appears to be modeled after a Zojirushi rice cooker. Much like the tea water heater next to the refrigerator on the left. I think the keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? Just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh, well anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. Is it in the Big Bear? This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got. No, you can't! Such a violent act! Ugh, rip. No! It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A what emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is it more of that high-tech stuff? Hello, Batojiri! Right, Caleb, exactly. So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else, and I think we know where it is now. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, that's right. Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at the time of murder. So On Guard got to watch the killer kill Juan. Hey, Venmaru! Yeah, I know, Venmaru. Rub it in a little more. My sleep schedule has really sandbagged my ability to stream this past few weeks, and I feel horrible about it. Like, it's been the most frustrating thing being so unproductive. So what's a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yeah, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. That was the time the awards ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? Pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Alright. So this was a camera in the bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corrida this present? I, don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh, is there really no way to find out? I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Okay, we gave the stuff to Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. We've been through this... Well, his enthusiasm is a little cheesy, but I really appreciate that he's so gung-ho about doing this. And he's gone. Yeah, but he sure is a nice man. Yeah, Gumshoe is the most solid bro. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Darkseid. Have you tried, Well, I guess you've probably already tried refreshing. The absolute unit of an MVP, Jave Man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Yeah? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Huh, of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. Oh, of course, Edgeworth knows. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere, however, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Ah, Edgeworth does have a more promising lead than Gumshoe going with the scattergun approach. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Oh, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. Huh? I'll be taking this... What, you're just gonna pick that up and carry it out of here? I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear somehow picked up and carried out of the room by Edgeworth. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer. Do you really think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Oh, really, Jave Man? Warren Corrida's real killer, Miss Andrews passed. Kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. On Guard. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to follow the trail of burgers. I mean, find all the answers to this case. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth, but as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. And also save my game. Which I do believe I will. And actually, we can just put it here. And actually, I think this is probably a pretty good opportunity for me to try to get some rest. I will be leaving late tomorrow night. I will be flying out to America. I will be in America for Thanksgiving, for the Thanksgiving holiday, with my family until Saturday or Sunday at least. I expect I will probably be back Sunday sometime, and streams will probably resume Sunday or Monday, depending upon just how things go and how much energy I have. So for the moment, we are going to raid my buddy the Dropout Dragon. I will be in Connecticut and Massachusetts, Insane Bob. Mostly Massachusetts, Boston. Dropout is playing some, it looks like Pokemon Sword and Shield, which is not a game I would have expected him to pick up. But let's go drop in on him. Let's go say hi and give him something to be thankful for this Thanksgiving. And to all of you, thank you so much for coming to hang out with me. Hopefully I will be able to catch all of you tomorrow if I have enough time to stream before I leave. It'll be an earlier stream, and it probably won't be too long. But I'll do my best to get in one more stream before Thanksgiving. So thank you all so much for joining me, and hopefully I will be able to catch all of you tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, then I'll be back after Sunday, and I will be around probably on Discord at least a little bit while I'm in America, because I'll have at least limited access to Discord. So I'll catch you all then. Take care, everyone.